Buscaino, and I believe Ms. Martinez will be.
Thank you for being cooperative, sir. Now that we have the motion of item number 2517/1121 for the record, and let me just read it into the record. Establishing a framework for a pilot program that would employ homeless individuals. Well, I've been homeless since 2008, and Joe Blow has continued to discriminate against my population of people off of Wilmington and Imperial because we can't get jobs in Watts. NWA cannot get jobs in Watts. But their promises are there. They've always been there. White niggers like me can't get a job. So we come here and we protest. And we protest again. But no one seems to care or listen. So as the record reflects, a negative declaration of employment for homeless individuals to proactively clean litter from the public right-of-way, no. Fuck you, 42 U.S.C. 1983. It's unconstitutional to force homeless people to work in the fucking streets when they can't even get HHH support. Bitch, bitch, bitch. So technically, the right-of-way belongs to Willits versus Los Angeles, Barden versus Sacramento, curbs, ramps, and sidewalk, programmatic access, and that's the reason why in today's old business at City Hall, on item 39, they deny me public participation to talk about a what? ADA coordinator? Well, I'm the goddamn ADA coordinator, and for the record, Trump, fuck you.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Next, Mr. Puppet, for 2 minutes.
Yes. Thank you so much. The puppet is here. He's here to bitch. Yes. So item number 5. Oh, where is that bitch Nuri Martinez? She's not here. So I can't bitch. I'll have to bitch. So number 5, hiring homeless to clean the fucking litter off the streets. Who's doing the littering? Why do the homeless have to clean up after all of you? Because you're trying to make jobs out of nothing. These aren't fucking jobs. This is slavery, 2017 style. I thought that slavery had ended, but apparently I'm a puppet. Apparently I'm wrong, yes. So now you got Joe Blow, for the record, the silver-tongued cop. Fucking silver-tongued cop, yes. And then you have Monica from the Public Works Board, who got here and defeated the evil Kiro Tarosian son of a bitch to become a councilwoman. Very good.
Please limit yourself to the items on the
yes,
agenda,
and then you
please.
see Mr. Bob getting all butthurt about shit. Yes. So we want to pick up the trash. If you want to pick up trash, get a fucking truck and sweep the fucking streets. That's what you don't do. Sweep the fucking streets and do it 2-3 times a week. You stupid motherfuckers. That's what you do. Using slave labor, people walking on canes to trash. This is becoming another Nazi Germany. You're treating the homeless like slaves. And finally, most importantly,
fuck the council!
Thank you, Mr. Puppet. We'll now move on to item number 1. And, well, actually, if there is, unless there's an objection from my colleagues, I'd like to move on item 6 on consent. Moved without objection, so ordered. And we will move on to item number 1. Mr. Espinosa, would you please read item number 1 into the record?
Item number 1 is a joint report from Bureau of Street Services, Chief Legislative Analyst, and City Attorney relative to the 6-year review of the city's coordinated street furniture program.
Okay, we invite Lance Oshie from the Bureau of Street Services and Francois Neon from J.C. Decaux to the podium.
Good afternoon, honorable committee members. My name is Lance Oshie with the Bureau of Street Services. As you mentioned with me today, we have our co-manager for Outfront J.C. Decaux, Francois Neon here. And we're here to jointly present our report and request that the council direct both Street Services, CLA, along with Outfront J.C. Decaux and City Attorney to negotiate some recommendations in the report to come back with an amendment to the contract potentially to resolve a lot of the outstanding issues that have occurred. And we see this as a tremendous opportunity to move this program forward, to create a transit-friendly city, to enhance a lot of the transit-related goals that we're trying to pursue at this point, and just to make the city a much more livable place. And so with that, if you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer those at this time.
Okay, and Mr. Neon, do you have any opening comments before we go to questions?
Good afternoon. My name is Francois Neon with Outfront J.C. Decaux. Yes, we see Los Angeles going through a major change over the last few years about mobility, transit, and we are providing services to transit riders. So I think there is an opportunity to revisit the existing agreement and to include new services. Either they are a little bit more high-tech in terms of Wi-Fi, USB port, LED lighting for sustainability, and then to expand, because our program is equally divided among the 15 council districts. So we have an opportunity and a chance to provide more services to transit riders that have to wait at the bus stop. So I think we will be asking you to give us an opportunity to work together with city staff, CLA's office, and the controller's office to see if there is a better way to bring the contract up.
Colleagues, what I'm going to try to do in this hearing, because a lot of these items have a lot of questions that we all want to ask, is instead of all of us asking all of our questions at once, I'll ask one question, turn it over to Ms. Rodriguez for a question, and just kind of do round robin, just catch my eye, and I'll put you on the list. But to limit yourself to one question or follow up, knowing that I'm going to come back to you right away without a problem. I think that'll move things along more smoothly. So I'll just get us started with the report indicates the contractor has not obtained all the required permits for the pre-approved sites because the quality of furniture or the quantity and the types are pre-approved when the approval was received. Basically, if you could explain that, how have certain types of street furniture presented challenges versus other types?
As far as the pre-approval process goes, I think the process itself was created at one time because of the concerns about our automated public toilets, which were a completely new amenity to the city fabric at that time. That same process was applied to all pieces of furniture across the board, whether it's a transit shelter, something called a public amenity kiosk or a newsstand kiosk. And the level of concern about those other elements were not equivalent to the automated toilets. But yet all the other furniture elements got caught up in that same process, which really delayed a lot of things. And it's really the process itself that has put the program behind where it's at right now.
It's really the what that's put it?
The actual process written into the contract, the site approval process written into the contract that has delayed the rollout of our furniture.
There's nothing to do with the types of furniture, is what you're saying?
It does not have anything to do with technology, no.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just want to say, Mr. Neal, how in this role now, to be able to have the conversation about some of the work that we started and piloted while I served on the Board of Public Works is a very unique and fortunate opportunity for me. In the pilot that we launched to add Wi-Fi and cell charging stations to many of our bus shelters throughout the city of Los Angeles, as I recall, I believe it was 2 per council district in terms of, or 1 per council district. What has been the maintenance associated with that, and what might we look to or require in order to expand that successful pilot?
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. It was a pilot program that we started about 2 years ago now.
Time flies.
And it's been very successful. People have been using it. It's a service. For us, as an operators, it's obviously provide a little more work to do, but we have integrated that into our day-to-day job, and we have very few incidents to report. And on some occasions, we had to relocate from one bus stop to the other. So it's kind of flexible. We can move it around. But overall, big success. Big success. People love it. If you're a transit rider and you wait for your bus stop and you go to that bus stop and all of a sudden you can recharge your phone, you have real-time information when your bus is coming, and the free Wi-Fi, and the light has been transformed to an LED system, so we save more energy. It's a good story. It's a good story. It should be expanded to multiple stops within all the council districts.
Okay, thank you.
And just as a follow-up, I know I'm trying to keep us to one question and rotate, but for follow-ups, we should do it that way. How do we move that to go beyond? Because I'm very excited about the Wi-Fi possibilities and to hit every piece of street furniture. What does it take, and could that be part of what we're looking at here today?
Yeah, I think yes. It's if we have an opportunity to reassess the contract and to enhance the contract, we want to bring what's available today was not available, 10 years or so ago. And then what can we do? So there is a lot of opportunities, possibilities. We can work with multiple departments to make it happen. This is real. This is something that can be physically done. We always try about merging the physical world with the digital world. And here it's an example of how can we use street furniture, bus shelters as a platform to build more digital world to everybody.
So part of this contract could be adding that in.
Yes, I think it has to. It has to. The report mentioned it, but it has to be. It has to be. We are 2017, so we have to look at all these options.
Mr. Rue?
Thank you. Based on the provision of the current contract, how often is the council receiving updates on the status of this program?
We've provided periodic updates to council, not on any regular basis. Prior to this year 6 review, I believe that we reported back to council 3 or 4 times between 2002 and 2008. And then since that 2008, we've been working on this year 6 report to bring back to council.
So about 4 to 6 times in the 6-year period?
That's correct.
Okay.
If I may. This is the official reporting. On a day-to-day basis, we are working with all the councils, especially back then, all the time, because every single site, one by one, had to be reviewed and approved or denied by a council office. So the line of communication was non-stop.
Okay. Maybe we could consider some sort of annual review going forward, or?
Sure, I'm happy to build that into the recommendation for an annual review.
Because it is a 10-year contract proposal,
Yeah.
right? So maybe some sort of. It seems like there are periodic reviews here and there, but some sort of 1 or 2.
Yeah, especially as the technology changes too, and I think that makes a lot of sense, and would certainly support you on that idea. Additionally, a question about the pit, the county-imposed pit. How are we addressing that? That seems to be one of the issues that is causing a problem. Are there things that we can do along those lines to help the county see it differently?
So at this juncture, this is one of the items that we propose to negotiate, if we do get direction to come back and negotiate an amendment, to come to a amenable agreement between both companies, both the city and the company itself, to resolve that particular issue. We've had several discussions about this prior, discussions about possibly splitting the PIT, having the company cover the PIT that's been covered to date and the city cover the PIT moving forward. That agreement will have to come through that negotiation process, and between the city and the company itself, we believe we can figure out something that'll work for both of us.
Is the county involved in that discussion at all?
The county has already weighed in that they've determined that there is a possessory interest involved. We've actually made arguments to the contrary. Contract language itself also states that the company itself has no possessory interest in the furniture. However, the county made its determination. They're not willing to go back and reopen that discussion. And so we've been moving forward under the idea that we would have to continue paying the pit moving into the future.
If it wasn't them, would that fall on us, or are we exempt from that as a government entity?
I'm not sure if it's very clear. The contract itself is not very clear about who is responsible for covering the possessory interest tax. The contract does say, though, that the contractor is responsible for paying certain taxes, and it doesn't specifically mention the possessory interest tax. So at this point, that's why up to this point, the company itself has been paying the possessory interest tax.
I guess I was getting at more of a legal distinction, whether or not if it's a tax that has to be paid, and now we're just deciding whether it's the city or the company, then that's our negotiation. But if there is a legal question because this is a public entity, in terms of how that tax gets paid, then there may be a discussion we can have with the city. Maybe our city attorney can weigh in on.
Yeah, we can take a look at that issue. It is my understanding that the city would not typically be subject to a possessory interest tax in the city's public right-of-way, but we can certainly take a look at that. If the recommendation is to go forward with negotiating that, we will take a deep dive on that matter to explore every opportunity to address the PIT.
Because obviously it's a much better negotiation to have. If it's set as an amount of, how many millions we have to pay, that's one thing. But if we can negotiate some of the details in terms of who owns and what and that kind of thing and avoid the cost, that's a win-win as far as our two parties are concerned. Sure. So I would strongly urge us to do that. Ms. Martinez?
Question. So my first question would be, does this also include maintenance in this current agreement? And the reason I ask this is I would like to see us add power wash to the most frequently used bus stops, because is that something that we can negotiate? And also the possibility of adding additional trash pickups. For example, in my district, the bus shelters on Roscoe and Van Nuys are so heavily used that having trash pickup only twice a week is just not sufficient. I mean, my office goes out there and tries to empty up the trashes as well because it's just such in high use. So I want to figure out if there's something we can do about power washing and adding additional trash pickups to the most frequently used shelters.
That's certainly something that we could negotiate in the next, if we do an amendment. Additional maintenance visits. The company does do additional maintenance visits on a as requested basis, and I believe some trash receptacles we do, respond to service requests 3 or 4 times a week. But certainly, as a standard contract provision, we could actually include that into
Mr. Chair, I'd like for us to move in that direction and possibly ask the department to explore whether we can include power washing and additional trash pickups for the most frequently used stops. Can we do that?
Yes. That's fine. I'm happy to include that as one of our recommendations. But as a follow-up and related to that, the use of the big belly trash cans, because that's something that maybe is a street furniture issue that would reduce the amount of maintenance time, how many times the pickup has to happen, but is a capital expenditure that potentially could be worked into this contract and sort of creating the win-win.
As far as I know, I have to pay it out of my own funds in order to pay for those types of trash collections.
That's typically how. So what I'm wondering is if that can also be part of this negotiation. Is perhaps a way to get better trash pickup is to have these more extensive trash cans that becomes a street furniture item, but then doesn't require sanitation to go out as many times. Is that something that we can also have on our list to look at as a possible negotiation?
We believe that certainly that's something that we could consider in our negotiation process.
All right, we're keeping a list of all these things that we're putting into the negotiation process.
Currently, what are we doing? What is this, are you currently working with sanitation whenever there's an encampment located in any of the bus shelters, or what's your process?
We basically go through the city's process for dealing with homeless encampments. Yes, we actually work through the 311 system, work through sanitation to actually post the sites and get them cleaned up at this point.
So you're still following the same process we would if my office notifies?
That's correct.
That an encampment is about
That's correct.
taking down an encampment? Okay. Thanks.
The agreement originally was dealing with toilets on Skid Row. People were asking for more toilets, and obviously the population has increased quite a bit, and this is something that's been coming up, and with some protests in City Hall. So give us an update as far as how that relates to this contract.
Okay, so the public toilets are part of the global contract. We provide, install, and maintain them for the last 14 years. Some conditions at street level have changed dramatically.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Some conditions at street level, social changes are dramatic, and it's not possible to have public toilets unattended at some locations. Some locations it's perfectly fine. At some others, we need to have better solutions to resolve the problem that we are facing today. I'm saying not us as a company, but as a community at large. We need to have attendants. We need to have people standing next to the bathrooms and to monitor the flow of traffic of people using it. The benefit will be on two sides. One, it will increase the number of people being able to use the bathrooms, so we have more people using the bathrooms. And two, it will be a much better experience for people who need to use public bathrooms, because there will be no harassment, no problems, no issues. It will be monitored. I'm currently doing it in San Francisco for the last 2 years, and it's been a dramatic shift. It's a change. It changed overnight, basically. So
is that something you would say we've been currently doing? You mean the company has been dealing with the toilets in San Francisco?
yes, correct, yeah.
And who's provided the attendant in that regard?
Right now, it's provided by the Department of Public Works, but probably it will change in the future.
And does that change the physical structures that you have to build at all, or that's?
It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same toilets that we have here in Los Angeles. But what you need is, and then part of it, it's a social innovation, because the city have subcontracted with non-profit organizations who help people to reinsert into the working life. So they get jobs 7 days a week, they get paid, and there is like possibility to get more job if you start working with it. So it does help everybody. The neighbors loved it, the associations loved it, the city officials loved it, and for us as a company working every day, it's a big help as well, because people respect more what we are doing. And there is no smart city without basic services, so that is one of them.
I guess that's another item for the contract negotiations to be looking at. Go ahead, Ms. Martinez.
This is my last question, but I wanted to ask you about, is there any flexibility on the bus shelter design, or is it one standard fits all? The reason I ask is some of these designs simply don't fit the sidewalk, and sometimes they're either blocking the sidewalk or impeding ADA access. So is there a different model that we can be looking at, or is it pretty much one size fits all?
Currently, we do have 4 different shelter models available through the program. There are additional shelters that we know are available through the Outfront JC Decaux catalog that we could certainly negotiate into the contract.
But do we have all 4 different design models throughout the city?
We have 3 of the 4 right now.
3
yes.
of the 4?
Yes.
Maybe we can talk later. I can share with you the list and some of the ones that I think are just not a fit for that particular sidewalk.
We'd be glad to discuss
Okay, thank you.
And then in terms of design, also the sun shades and the heat shielding, especially in the valley, is incredibly important. I get a lot of concerns from folks who are at different bus stops that don't have enough shade, so that would be another issue for the list. There are no other questions. What I'm going to suggest is that we approve the recommendations in the joint report. We call out all the items that we talked about for potential to be discussed in the negotiations. We also add the annual reporting requirement that Mr. Roos spoke about. With that, colleagues, is there any objection?
Does that include my suggestion to also add power washing and additional trash pickups?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
We could have a.
Okay, I just want to make
the
sure.
clerk read back if you.
No.
Mr. Espinosa, if you have them all, we'll just want to make sure it's all in there. 'Cause
Sometimes I just learn from.
we raised a lot of different things
Okay.
for consideration in the negotiations, including the power wash. I didn't articulate them all, but
That's
I know
fine.
you were writing them down.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Without objection, that will be the order. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That takes us to our item number 2. Mr. Espinosa, if you would read item number 2 into the record.
Item number 2 are reports from the Bureau of Engineering and City Administrative Officer relative to the sidewalk repair program.
Okay, before we have our presenters, we have 2 public comment cards specific to this item. We have Luis Campillo from AARP, followed by Amanda Meza from Investing in Place. Sir, you have a card for item number 5?
No, I handed in one for number 2. He's my witness.
Okay. Sorry, it was just handed to me now, but please limit the outbursts in the meeting. But I was literally just handed your card about 2 seconds ago, or less after your outburst. So I will include you as the third speaker on this. So we'll have Luis, Amanda, and then John Walsh. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Luis Campillo. I'm the AARP Metro Manager for Los Angeles, and it's a pleasure to be here representing our nearly 700,000 members who reside in greater Los Angeles. Across the nation, we are experiencing a steady increase in the older adult population, and Los Angeles is no exception. The number of persons 60 plus residing in greater Los Angeles is now approximately 1.7 million and rising. Safe pedestrian pathways are a key component to public transit, since it's the most common mode of traveling to and from bus and metro stops. These pathways are critical links for older adults and their families to social activities, economic opportunities, and community services. We are now urging the committee to clarify exactly how the sidewalk repair program will complement current and near-future transportation planning and funding efforts, such as the Mobility Plan 2035, Metro Construction and Investments, and statewide funding. ARP looks forward to working with the committee, our partners, to help move Los Angeles towards becoming an age-friendly community for people of all ages and abilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Amanda Meza, followed by Mr. John Walsh.
Hi, I think it's still afternoon now. Amanda Mesa with Investing in Place. I just wanted to say first, thank you to Councilmember Nuri Martinez for joining us at the Tripping Point the other weekend. It was a great testament to show that people in her district really are asking for and demanding what is going on in their sidewalks in their neighborhood. And with what we want to see achieved through the Tripping Point, essentially, what is it, raising awareness of what is the need and the demand for better streets and sidewalks. And so with that, also thank you to Deputy City Engineer Julie Sauter for also joining us and being able to just make sure that people understood what it is that was coming their way. And we know that they see it on their streets. We know that it's a 40-year old problem, and it's not just going to go away overnight. But their understanding of what should be coming their way is difficult to kind of weigh against, knowing that their residential sidewalks aren't going to be addressed for the next 5 years, let alone the next 7 to 10. So just understanding how is it that's going to be communicated to them and addressing what really is needed there.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, Jay Walsh Confidential, tweeting at Hollywood Dems. I want to use 1 minute of my 3 minutes. As you see, I'm dressed as a typical homeless person. It didn't take me long to get dressed up as a typical homeless person. This is what they look like. And I don't know how you want them to repair things, because when they come in my neighborhood, they've got big, big stacks of trash, which they're going to sell, cardboard trash, in their their stolen shopping carts. So there's no way for them to pick up trash in stolen shopping carts unless they have 2 shopping carts. And I'm telling you right now that the homeless live in the Red Line. They live there with their stolen cards.
Well, okay. I'd like to invite Julie Saunter and Robert Vega from the Bureau of Engineering to the podium, along with David Hirano from CAO. Folks, we have 2 reports before us. We're going to begin with the BOE report, followed by the CAO report. So, Ms. Saunter, you could provide a summary of the report.
Sure. Good afternoon. Julie Sauter from the Bureau of Engineering, along with Mr. Robert Vega. This afternoon, we're presenting for your consideration, our report on our sidewalk repair program. It is actually a report back by to Council regarding creating a prioritization and scoring system for the sidewalk repair program. As you know, the program was created in part as a result of the settlement with the Willits, what we refer to as the Willits lawsuit. It's a $1.4 billion investment that the city is making over the next 30 years, to fix and repair our sidewalk system in the city of Los Angeles. So the report back that we have is regarding, prioritizing and scoring just the tremendous amount of requests that we're getting for sidewalk repair. Basically, the system is capturing requirements from the settlement, which is very prescriptive and very detailed on how we need to prioritize our requests, along with the considerations and the recommendations that Council had directed us. Based on those 2 directions that we got from the settlement as well as the Council, we spent a tremendous amount of time with our key stakeholders, which is, of course, our city attorney, who was instrumental in the settlement, along with the CAO, CLA, council offices, as well as our partners with the Department of Disability, Bureau of Street Service, and other departments involved in the program. It took several, a lot of iterations, a lot of workshops, and so what you're seeing today before you is a result of a lot of collaboration and effort in addressing the concerns of the council. So just to kind of give you an overview, the prioritization is broken up in 3 major components. First is the access request, and that is specifically driven by the settlement. This is addressing the requests for people who are mobility disabled. And again, the priorities are set forth by the settlement. We are looking at requests that are coming from residential neighborhoods, requests that are next to bus transits or bus stops, as well as the age of the requests. And that is what we're using to score our requests that are for the mobility disabled. Next group is for the city facilities, this is our own city facilities. Per the settlement, we have 5 years to complete all of the requests.
Excuse me a moment. Mr. Herman, would you please not speak out loud? The acoustics in this room are terrible, and even small whispers we hear quite loudly here, and Mr. Spindler as well. Just please keep quiet during the discussion. It's very hard. It's an important report, and we're trying to listen. Thank you.
So the prioritization.
Spindler, no outbursts like that. Next time, you're going to just be asked to leave. Keep your puppet under control. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. So the next grouping that we have is for city facilities. Again, this is to address our own city-owned properties, and per the settlement, we need to repair these within a 5-year time frame. So there is, again, a tremendous amount of properties that we need to address, and the scoring and prioritization captures, again, the settlement criteria as well as the criteria that was put forth by the council. Some of these criteria that the council had requested us to look at is the, incident reports, severity of damage, what we're calling cost effectiveness, or in the report it's specifically called contiguity, and as well as nexus with a high injury network. And so in the report we do give a scoring breakdown on how these requests are going to be prioritized. And lastly, our last grouping is what we are calling program access requirements, or program access requests. And basically that's everything else that we're getting that doesn't fall into the mobility disability requests, does not fall into our city facilities, but just the general public that are reporting in sidewalks in need of repair. The priority and prioritization and scoring system mirrors what we're doing with the city facilities. It's just going to be looked at as a separate grouping. So those are basically the kind of the framework on how the scoring and prioritization was developed. We're recommending a 2-tiered system for the city facilities and the program access requests, just because we have such a tremendous amount of volume of requests that we are getting in. At this point, we're getting nearly 750 requests a month to look at. And so obviously we cannot go out and physically assess every single site. So what we are recommending is what we call a first tier. We're taking all of the requests that we can prioritize based on data. We have a lot of data available to us, whether it's the Navigate LA, whether it's zoning codes. So based on the priority, we looked at the available data that we have, and we're going to use that basically as a first cut to determine what we can physically accommodate for a physical assessment. So that's another part of this prioritization program. And again, if you have any questions, this is basically in 2 years. We just started, our official compliance period started July 1st, although we did start doing repairs at the beginning of the year. So, this is something that we're launching now that we're getting an understanding of the breadth of and the expanse of this program, and we will be reporting back in 2 years to see how this prioritization system is working and, what kind of adjustments we need to make as we go forward in the next 30 years.
Mr. Vega, and we want to hear all the reports before we move into the questions. Mr. Vega or Hirano, did you want to add to your reports before we move to questions?
Thank you. Robert Vega, Bureau of Engineering. I'm the recently appointed division manager for the Bureau for this sidewalk repair program, and it is my role to implement this program. So I look forward to working with all of you to make this a successful program. Thank you.
Did you want to add something? No.
Good afternoon. Roy Cervantes with the Office of the CAO, covering the CAO report, which was also an initial council report back on to provide an overview of financing and delivery options to accelerate the overall work plan for the sidewalk repair program. All of the options in the report are currently viable over the life of the program and are all being considered at this time. Any sort of option, the actual option and timing would depend on the program as it develops and would be presented to council mayors as that develops. The actions recommended in the report at this time include the recommendation number 1, which would instruct all city departments, offices, and agencies applying for grant funds for capital projects to ensure that the related sidewalks to those projects are included to the maximum amount possible. Recommendation number 2 would instruct the departments of city planning, Department of Building and Safety, and the city engineer to report back on ways to maximize sidewalk repair through the use of development agreements, permitting arrangements with third-party capital projects, and discretionary city approvals. And finally, recommendation 3 just instructs our office to report back on any potential pilot arrangement for a public-private partnership in consultation with Public Works Bureaus, the City Attorney's Office, and the Chief Legislative Analyst. Happy to answer any questions the committee might have.
Okay. I know we all have a lot of questions, so I'm going to try to do what we started to do on the last one, which is more of a round robin, so we'll each ask one question, and I'll just keep calling on you just so we don't have long questionings for each of us. But just to get us started on this, tell me a little bit about the city facilities in terms of how many, whether we have a handle on the scope of that's even required of them. I know we've had a relatively short time frame to try to put all that together, but where are we in that process?
For the city facilities, initially, before the program initially launched, and we were, did kind of a call to identify city facilities. And so we have done a lot of, some work on city facilities just to get an understanding of what it takes to repair our sidewalks. We have not done sidewalks as a comprehensive program for many years. So the initial start that we did, a few hundred, libraries and police stations, prior to the start of the compliance period. Currently, what we're doing is really trying to get an understanding of the universe of city facilities out there. We've reached out to our Department of General Services, getting their database e-property on identifying all of the city properties and, really scrubbing and filtering out what facilities would have sidewalks that are attached to it. Based on our preliminary findings, we've identified over 3,000 city facilities that would need to be assessed and investigated. I have the number here. What we've identified is, to this time, we've done partial repairs to approximately 230 city facilities. So as you can imagine, we're very close to nearly 3,000 that we need to go out and further assess. And so this prioritization and scoring system would really help us manage and plan a strategic approach to how we can go forward and complete the repairs in 5 years, knowing that we have a limited amount of resources on an annual basis. And so by being able to prioritize and score will help us in managing our annual budget to achieving our goal.
Of course, the flip side of this kind of prioritization, especially when only 230 out of 3,000, and this is true with everything else that we prioritize, is that it then, to get something outside of that priority, is going to take a heck of a long time before we ever get to that.
Correct.
And that presents its own
challenge, right?
And frankly, from a policy perspective, concern. And this holds true not just with the city facilities, but also, residential right now is on the back of the list. And we all know, we hear from our constituents about the residential side of things. So I don't know, we need to think about that in terms of how rigid we want this prioritization to be. I'm just thinking this through, but I'm a little bit concerned that if it's too rigid, it's not necessarily in line with our policy goals. In terms of the city facilities, we were originally doing that because that was the least ambiguous portion of what we had to deal with in the Willits. We didn't want to have things double counted early on, but now that we're past the legal issues, it doesn't necessarily mean that those have to be first, although that's where we have the greatest liability, so that is also a reason to do them, to have that priority.
Right, at least with respect to the city facilities, what this will help us, and once we are able to prioritize or identify, assess, and come up with a plan, that also gives us an opportunity with the data and documentation that we could go back to the plaintiffs and open up this discussion again about the 5-year time frame. Lori Rittenberg here is from our city attorney's office and was very instrumental in negotiating the settlement with the plaintiffs.
Good afternoon, Lori Rittenberg, city attorney's office. Maybe I can help address the priorities issue that is driven by the settlement agreement. And I think that we do have some flexibility regarding the priorities, and that is reflected in this report. The flexibilities, is reflected in this report in that we are, we have all the different factors that factor into whether or not we're going to do a particular location. Let's say transportation corridor, it's only 70 points, and then if it's within 500 feet of a high entry network, more points. So the need, the proven need by, by complaints, injuries, lawsuits, all those things will definitely be reflected in every location that is performed. But I have to emphasize the importance that we really do need to stick to the settlement agreement. That's a court document. The class council they're very vigorous. They will hold our feet to the fire. However, we have plenty of opportunity to talk to them about adjustments if necessary. Also keep in mind that when we're doing, for example, when we're doing the access requests for mobility impaired people, we're also, at that same time, we're going to be not only making repairs in residential neighborhoods where some mobility impaired people work, we're also going to be making a lot of repairs per the access requests in the transportation corridors, because a lot of mobility impaired people do live in high transportation locations, apartment buildings. In addition, when we're doing the same with government facilities, when we're doing the government facilities, which is really the first thing along with, next to the priority disabled persons requests, we're going to be doing a lot of work in the transportation corridors, because my guess is that, a very educated guess is, most of the city facilities are on main streets or secondary main streets. So there's going to be a lot of overlap here. But we really do have to be careful about complying with the settlement agreement.
I have a lot of questions about that, but I want to be true to my round-robin format. So, Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you. Julie, of the 3,000 that remain, or rather going to the 230 that have been completed, that was based on how many crews being allocated to do the work?
We currently have 6 crews from building Bureau of Street Services. They're primarily assigned to our access request program. For the city facilities, that was really based on the budget that was allocated. And when our budget comes in, we have it broken out into what programs they're working on. So for our city facilities, that was really earmarked under our contractual services. So we were given a certain dollar amount that we could contract out, and based on that dollar amount, we contracted out work on our city facilities. I don't remember what the total amount over the year and a half that we had spent on our city facilities. I can get back with you on the actual dollar amount that represents the 200 plus sites that we did.
But ideally, in order to achieve the 3,000,
it's a lot, and so that is, we projected a dollar amount based on the work that we did previously. However, going forward, we know that we would physically need to do an assessment to get a better cost estimate projection. Because some of these sites may be, nominal fixes. We kind of have an idea of where, what they are, but it might be some utility yard that may not have sidewalks, and in that case, that wouldn't be something that we would need to work on. So to answer your question, we would need to go out and do a physical assessment to get better data so that we can do a long-term 5-year cost projection.
and are these locations, are they being grouped so as to not have to distribute some of the staff in a variety of locations, rather much like how we do the Blitz program, for example? We consolidate a lot of our resources into fulfilling the work that needs to be achieved in certain geographic areas so that we don't have to deploy our crews throughout different parts of the city and help to hopefully accelerate some of that process.
Right. For at least with our access requests, yes, we do both. On our access request program, we look at the sites, we look at the requests, and when we actually work with the Bureau of Street Services in putting our package together, we do take into consideration the geographic location of the repair work and try to maximize their crew locations. We know what yards there are, and so when we do the work and assign the work, we give them a grouping, and that way they can plan out their work in the best, most efficient way possible.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and I'll wait for my next time.
Great. Ms. Martinez, then Ms. Buscano.
Am I next?
Yeah, we're just doing round robin.
One of the recommendations on scoring is to recognize a program queue, which reflects how long the request has been pending. So Based on the people that have called and reported this through 311 for years, can the department confirm that the requests have crossed over to the new database?
Yes.
So that's all been, every single one of those requests. What I hate to see is that has not happened, and so what do we tell people who called 311, multiple times years ago, and that information hasn't crossed over to the new database?
No, I would need to double check how long.
Do so, because what do I tell those people? Do I tell them they simply have to start over? Mr. Chair,
right.
Continue to.
I think you gave them a warning
I
already.
think they've had more than sufficient warning by this time.
Mr. Herman, no more.
This is outburst.
One more peep and you're out.
So you can or can't confirm that that the folks who have called in and their complaints to 311, that all that data has been crossed over to the new database?
Right, so we capture the data. I believe it is a 2-year record that we have and that we're going to be utilizing. So if it's something that was done 5 years ago,
That's what I'm concerned with.
So we would need to follow up.
That's problematic, because if you're just going back 2 years, what do we do with all the data of folks that reported a sidewalk over 2 years ago? We haven't captured their requests. Sir, we need to fix that. I don't have a recommendation with me now. I was hoping that I wasn't aware that you were only going back 2 years. What's the average wait for a request, and can you break that down by why don't you do this? What is the actual average weight of a request, and can you break that down by district?
So just to give you, just need to be straightforward. For the access requests, we do have, and this is strictly for those with a mobility disability. Right. We're looking at an easy 2-year wait. If you put in a request now, it may be 2 years before we will be able to get to those requests. For those who do not fall into our mobility, who are not mobility disabled, we actually don't have a good time frame because we are not funded. Our current budget is not set up to work on any of the requests that are not part of our mobility disabled requests grouping.
Can you break down those requests by district?
I don't have a request breakdown by district, but I
you
can
can
get
do that?
Yeah.
Can I request that I get the data from my district?
Mm-hmm.
And if we could look at it across the board.
Sure, yeah, we can break it down for requests. For sure, we can get the access requests. We capture. I'll double check. We would need to work with IT and 311 for just the general reports, but we'll let you know.
That's fine.
We can do that. But, to be honest, for just the general report, for sidewalk repair, we do not have a funding for those programs right now. All of our focus right now has been towards the settlement of the access requests.
And I realize that. I just want an accurate number of how many people have made a request and how many of those people live in my district. We are getting over, currently even from now going forward, we're getting for the last year about 700 requests per month on just your general requests. And this isn't even considering those with a mobility disability. And I just want to end with this. I think your elaborate scoring scale is a bit complicated in terms of your tier 1 is you can get potentially 145 points. Tier 2 is a potential 50 points. And the access request is about 45 points. And I understand that there are different categories and criteria, but it feels really random, and it feels like you're not comparing apples to apples when it comes to your scoring. So we can possibly talk about that. I didn't hear you talk about the actual process in your presentation.
Oh, okay.
Because to me, it seems very random.
Well, for the access requests, we're going to talk about that very separately because this is very specific to the settlement. It is very prescribed in how we prioritize requests that are coming from the mobility disabled community. And so it's dictated to us that we have to focus those on residential neighborhoods. If they are adjacent in proximity to a bus stop or transit stop, and also we need to address those within 120 days. So that's all we're looking at when we're talking about requests that are made from our disabled community. So that's.
Do you have something to add?
Yes. Hello again, Lori Rittenberg, City Attorney. per the settlement agreement, we have to spend 20% of the annual allotment, $31 million. 20% of that has to be spent on mobility impaired people's requests, access requests. So the access requests are not competing with the other priorities and all the other factors. There are just several factors within, that go with an access request as to how we prioritize it. So, and as a matter of fact, it's possible, depending on how the plaintiffs feel, it's possible that we might even want to, because we're getting so many access requests, we might even want to increase that. But we'll see. That's, I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised if they ask for that, but we'll see how it goes.
You just get different values when, for example, you score Tier 1 45 out of a potential 145 points. You score 45 points out of a potential 50 points in Tier 2. So you come up with a different value system. That's why I think it's not very easy.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not. I'm just being honest. I'm trying to explain this to my constituent who's made several requests going back 2 years, and to break down such a convoluted way of breaking down this tier system is complicated, and I don't think it should be intended to be that way.
Right. No, I agree. It is complicated. We've had many workshops and a lot of discussion about this. So in addressing just your general request that we got in, all of this is actually one system, right? But what we're finding is really I have over 17,000 requests. So out of those 17,000 requests that we need to score and prioritize, some of these categories and criteria need somebody to go physically out to the site and take a look at it. So for example, the damage severity and the cost effectiveness, I need a body to go out there and look at how bad the uplifts are and how bad the cracking is. We don't have the resources to go out and send staff out to assess 17,000 sites. So what we did is we wanted to see what we can do to leverage our tools and our data. So we looked at kind of what we're calling the tier 1, which is things that we can do with data. So it doesn't require us to physically send a person out to a location. So with the data, with these four, the tier 1 criteria, I can do that all with the skill and expertise of our programmers. So they can take all of our, say, 17,000 requests, put in all of these criteria based on data, a lot of the data that we have on Navigate LA and all of the other data that we're culling in from all of our different city partners, apply this criteria, and then we would be able to generate a numerical score. So out of those 17,000, I'll come up with a numerical score. And then based on that, I know I'm not going to fix, obviously, 17,000 sites in 1 year. So in 1 year, or within the next reasonable time frame, how many do I reasonably think I'm going to be able to repair? Say, just for discussion purposes, say I'm going to be able to repair 500 of those sites. Of those 500 sites, those top 500 that I scored using our data, that might be a more reasonable amount of sites that I would be able to physically send out my crews and then look at those 500 sites and look at the damage severity and look at the crumbling percentages of the sidewalks and the cross slopes. And based on that additional physical assessment, then I would be able to add on this additional scoring criteria on those 500. And that way I can, really manage the physical resources I have and target them on the work that I really think I can get done that year. And so that's basically the two. It's all one system. It's just that we're trying to really focus in on what work can be done in that particular time frame. So it takes a while, and we spent a lot of time with our key stakeholder and, obviously our city attorney and, the people who are actually, doing the work and are, even internal and external stakeholders into this process. And so that's that's why we have the Tier 1 and Tier 2 system.
Okay, Mr.
With
Buscaino.
respect to the numeric scoring of the points, that's something that we, sat down with the city attorneys, had a lot of their input. We just wanted to make sure that all of the criteria that was recommended from the council was taken into consideration, but we also needed to ensure that those did not outweigh the requirements of the settlement. So they are a factor within them, but we couldn't have that supersede what is required as part of the settlement. So I know it's hard to sit down and comprehend all this in a half an hour discussion. We've been obviously living this for a few months, so I appreciate that it is difficult to. Yeah, it is difficult. And we've been living and breathing this for many months, and even for us, we're continually looking at this and finding, new ways that maybe new angles that we need to look at.
Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the same line of Ms. Martinez and her line of questioning, you just indicated there's 17,000 sites that need to be assessed, and you're using 311 requests, and I'm assuming, I know that working with the city attorney, you have identified already, we have an inventory of the locations of trip and falls. So knowing that, how do we plan to manage the public's expectations on getting their sidewalk fixed?
Right, and that is something that's, we've been very on our forefront in our stakeholder meetings. When we launched this program, officially launched this program, in January, our big concern was that people didn't know enough about our sidewalk program. So a lot of our outreach was just to bring awareness of the program, how people could make a request, just the different aspects of it. And, we are now here 6-8 months later, just, realizing the volume of demand for it. And so we are changing our tact in our outreach and getting the messaging out. So we are crafting language that we are going to be putting on all of our platforms, whether it's our website, our Safe Sidewalks LA. We're working with 311 and, again, letting people know that there is just a tremendous demand for sidewalk repair, and that, it may be a while before we get to the repair. So yes, we are looking at all of our different avenues to outreach and get the messaging out and managing expectations, and
as far as the scoring system is concerned, are we also considering the point system on locations that have been reported with trip and falls?
yes, that is one of the things. It's called the incidents report, and the incident report is it does capture our work with our claims city
And
attorney.
lastly, how long does it take on average to repair one sidewalk?
Just the physical construction part, or is from the time
Start
you
to
get
finish, permitting construction, pour, drying of this.
Well, once we give instructions to our Bureau of Street Services crews, it's the physical work. Once they're out there, it's probably a week, per sidewalk site, week to 2 weeks per sidewalk site. But it does take some time to, depending on the complexity, maybe 2 to 3 months once we're ready to start the actual survey and actual design, issuance of instruction to our partners at BSS to get the work out. So it could be anywhere from 2 to 3 months when that particular request is ready to start design to the end of construction.
And last, if I can, Mr. Chair, the time, how long do you think it'll take to complete the access request program? How many more years?
It is ongoing. We are.
We're going to meet that?
Yeah. We currently have over 1,000 requests, pending requests, and we're getting.
City attorney's itching here.
And we're getting. Okay.
It never gets.
Sorry about that.
And we're getting currently we're getting 100 requests per month just on access.
Yeah, per the settlement agreement, the access request program has to go on for the full 30 years of the settlement period, which is 30 years.
30 years is stretched.
Yeah, absolutely. And every year, annually, what's written into the settlement agreement, what's written into the settlement agreement annually, the parties will meet and assess, and so there might be changes. Maybe we can do less access requests, maybe more.
Thank you.
hopefully we don't have to make that decision for another year. And certainly the city's working very hard to get a lot of those done. So,
Mr. Rue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So earlier you answered that ADA request is basically a 2-year away at this point right now, right?
With the current
Roughly.
funding, correct.
50-50 program, if someone signed up for a 50-50 program today, how fast can they start to work?
And just for clarification, this does not address I believe you're referring to the rebate program. So
Right, rebate program,
the scoring system does not reflect the rebate program. Right now, overwhelming response to the rebate program. So we do have a wait list, and so once you're in our system and ready to move forward, it can take anywhere from 3 months to 6 months. A lot of it is dependent upon the applicant actually going and applying for the permit and getting the contractor. But if they are on top of every single step along the way, it could be within 2 months.
Okay.
But that's as soon as they're in the queue.
So going forward, the rebate program is still going to exist. The access program is still going to exist, and this is the reprioritization for all the other sidewalks.
Yes.
And I know that in year one you had the about 20% set aside for council prioritization, and this year I know a lot of council members were heavily fighting for.
I'm sorry, Mr. Herman, get out. You're officially kicked out. Let the record reflect that Mr. Herman is disrupting the meeting. I guess.
So,
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know a lot of council members have been advocating, and my office in particular has been advocating for council prioritization again. Look, there's so many sidewalks that needs to be fixed. We all are, I know you're frustrated, so are we, our constituents, especially year one, the fact that we did all of our public facilities first, which, it's very hard to prioritize what's more important, right? Is children or seniors more important? It's kind of the same thing. We have so many sidewalks that need to be fixed, but our constituents are frustrated because they don't see anything happening, or they see very minor damage sidewalks being fixed while their sidewalk that's literally 2 feet off the ground aren't being prioritized. So I really, really strongly feel we need to have some percentage of council prioritization. Because we have to. I can't go to my constituents and say we're going to get to it. I can't even give them a year. Even when they're we help facilitate a lot of the access ones, but now it's so full. Even if they get on an access program, they're looking at 2-3 years. But we need to be able to do one sidewalk, that the community has been advocating for. In unison. Is there any way council prioritization could come back?
If I believe if council gives us direction to, add that ability include it into prioritization, that's something we definitely can look at. We can work with the city attorney to see if that's something that we can add.
Well, Mr. Chair and colleagues, I think this is. I'm willing to, if we could put an amendment, because council prioritization. The fact that if we could at least have a few sidewalks that our office could direct, and we're not going to just pick them out of the blue. We have so many calls from our constituents. We'll work with you to make sure it fits a lot of these other criterias, but if you could give us some ability for us, each council office, to pick the worst sidewalks in their districts and to have top priority, I think that'll go a long way in. It's not going to appease all the constituents' concerns, but if each one of us could do a few in our districts, that's the most highest priority. I think that'll really help. So
or maybe we could ask the city attorney about the legality of that, or even the idea of maybe having a certain number of points that the council office is able to distribute based on the public interest,
right?
Or community expectations or something to that effect.
I'm sorry, excuse me. For clarification, are you talking about the rebate program or the access request or the entire the money from the Willits money? I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm talking about this new scoring system, having bifurcating a piece some dollar amount to the side where it's the whether it's 311 and council-driven or council-driven request, where we could get it done.
Okay, well, that's something we should talk about later then.
Yeah,
Not
and,
at
and
this
that's
time.
something where, I mean, if there's certain requirements, the council could give, I mean, my council office could give you 15 to pick from. I mean, I won't advocate for just one. I'm sure each one of us council members have several sidewalks that we would love fixed. And if I could give you the top 10 in my district and somehow prioritize those, or at least 3 or 4 of them getting fixed.
So maybe we could ask for a report back on different ways to incorporate council priorities. And some of the things that I've heard suggested were, either setting aside a certain amount of money to be directed by the council office, or potentially creating a priority marker that the council office is able to put on various streets that would carry its own weight in terms of as it goes into these formulas of process. But what I'm hearing from my colleague, and I certainly agree and want to hear what my colleagues think, but that it's something that's worth pursuing, which is, we as representatives have a sense not just of the mechanics of these numbers, but of what it means to our constituents, because there'll be some sidewalks that have meaning to constituents for whatever reason that we know of in our district that will not be captured by these numbers.
And in year one, we did, based on the recommendations from the departments and the city attorney, we did concede and we got rid of the council prioritization because obviously there was so much need that needed to be done in front of public facilities. But now it's year 2 and beyond. I just need a little portion, just a little bit.
Because we're talking year 2 through 30. I mean,
Right.
this is what we're adopting today is at least an immediate plan. We can always change it for looking out into the future. So as part of this, we'll ask for a report back, and I see no objection to that, for including that as part of our report backs. Do you have another question? Or we'll keep the round robin going? Or did you have a follow-up on what you're saying? I want to keep us going. We talked about the 50-50 program, and this could go for a long time, but this is a big item, but we'll try to keep us limited and maybe just try to consolidate into things that are going to be recommendations. That the 50-50 program and the public partnership are two different things, the contractor versus the 50-50. Explain how you see both of them working into this process.
Hi, good afternoon. Greg Spots, Assistant Director of the Bureau of Street Services. We had a lot of success with the 50-50 program back in the early years of the 2000s. It offered a lot of simplicity to the property owner because all they had to do was write a check. They didn't have to hire a contractor. They didn't have to take the risk of cost overruns. They didn't need permits or insurance. They just got an estimate from us, and then if they said they wanted to go ahead, city crews came and fixed their sidewalk and did any associated tree work. So we would be very supportive of rebuilding a program like that sometime in the future if the council and mayor, directed us to do so. We do think it perhaps invites additional participants who wouldn't be able to do the rebate. For example, imagine an elderly couple that's not comfortable with finding a contractor, being at risk of cost overruns, but they may be perfectly willing to contribute some money to the repair of their sidewalk. But right now we don't have that sort of a program happening. We just have a rebate program where you have to hire your own contractor.
Right, where just the rebate program, but you're saying that the public-private partnership would create that other alternative. So, colleagues, I'm going to suggest as part of our recommendations that we also look into both the 50-50 program which we have and the public-private partnership which you have in your recommendations as something to look at. Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a quick comment because I've looked at the numbers based on the distribution of the requests that have come in right now for the rebate program. And, again, and I've made this commentary very well known in conversations with BOE in particular about the equity issue in that, folks in my district and Councilwoman Martinez's district, they don't have the liquidity and the luxury to be able to front fund or finance even at 50% of the cost the work that needs to be done for their sidewalks. And so I have some very big concerns for that. I see the inequitable and the folks in certain parts of the city that have that ability are taking full advantage of these programs. And when you look at where my district and several others are in the queue, we are at the bottom of the barrel as a result. So I just want to put on the record that I have a very big concern about having a conversation again about the 50-50 program because of its inequitable distribution in terms of how those resources are distributed throughout the city of Los Angeles.
Which raises an interesting, and I agree with you about and I think Ms. Martinez raised it as well, about the equity issue. And maybe as part of this, we could have a true-up process whereby, each year we look at where the monies are being spent. This is the access money. This is all of the different money across the board. So we can see and we can then, put our thumb on the scale in terms of equity, in terms of geographic equity, in terms of economic equity, in terms of economic communities, socioeconomic communities. That might be a way to go about it, because I share your concern about this potentially being inequitable, but I also see the other side, which is the more money we can get from the private sector into this process, the more streets that we all, well, but even the 50-50, if you have if you've got a street that people use and somebody's willing to, and you live in front of a school or nearby, and you want to get your street fixed, and it doesn't just benefit you as an individual, but it benefits anybody walking on that street, and if you're putting your own money into it, and the city has the responsibility to fix that street, that's less money that the city ultimately has to spend. So to me, that's the appeal of it, is you get more money into the system, but the downside is that money doesn't necessarily get distributed equally, and so how do you balance that? And maybe one way to balance that is to be looking at these equity issues across the city and then doing some sort of true-up. If we've had a lot of 50-50 in one area and nothing in another area, maybe we put more money of the general sidewalk repair money into the areas that are not being served, or something to that effect, so that we can leverage, I'm a big fan of leveraging dollars any way we can, but I want to offset that with the equity issue.
Can I just share a piece of historical information? The current rebate program is skewing towards the more affluent council districts, absolutely. I wasn't personally at Street Services during the previous 50-50 program, but I've spoken in depth with the people who used to run it, who still work for us. And they tell me that in the council districts where the council offices actively marketed the 50-50 program, the one where you just write a check and we come fix your sidewalk, there was a very high level of participation, even in the economically disadvantaged council districts. So it could be that we could design a program that does ask for a contribution, but finds those homeowners that are willing and able to participate. We could probably come back and bring some records forth from 10, 15 years ago, because I believe some of those findings are a little bit counterintuitive about who participated.
I know we're pressed for time. Does anyone have any? I've got a million questions. I'm going to try to hold them all. But
yeah, just a quick one. I love the fact that you included the high injury network, but would you be willing to, or I'd like to entertain if we could give extra points for the high injury networks that are also DNF streets, not just the high injury network.
Say that again.
They put your scoring system has if the sidewalk is near a high injury network, they get extra points.
Right.
500 feet from a high injury network. But if we could do a high injury network where also that high injury network street is a DRF, if they could get extra points for that. Because while we're doing, the initial question was, is there any practical overlap between sidewalk repair and street reconstruction?
Yeah, this has come up before, and in some of the discussions that we had with the city attorney is that we want to, although we understand the high injury network encompasses all of this, the settlement is really looking at accessibility on sidewalks, and so streets, DNF streets may not always necessarily translate to mobility on sidewalks.
But especially if the street is concrete, could there be some efficiencies there, efficiencies and cost savings?
Hello. In connection with, if we actually resurface the street as opposed to a mere slurry seal, then not only the settlement agreement and the ADA requires the city to install curb ramps. So that is certainly part of the sidewalk repair program. That is, but so I'm not sure yet. I can double check about whether we're required to install sidewalks as well.
So you're saying the settlement requires that if you do a street and a sidewalk at the same time, you do a curb ramp?
No.
Accessibility curb ramp?
If we reconstruct a street, unless it's part of a quote-unquote city program, other than the sidewalk repair program per the Willett settlement, the city is, this is per the Americans with Disabilities Act regulations, the city is required to install a curb ramp when we reconstruct a street. That does not apply to a slurry seal, which is, just sort of a intermediate.
So we're mixing a little things. So if you do reconstruction, you're required to do the curb ramps, but it's not eligible towards the Willett settlement. Basically, the plaintiffs don't want you to double dip. So if you're going to be doing a street reconstruction, yes, you have to do the curb ramps. It just can't count towards eligibility for our $30 million a year settlement.
Right.
Those particular curb ramps.
Yeah.
Okay. But in any case, it does help with accessibility issues overall. I mean, it might not go towards the lawsuit, but I think it's the right thing to do. So what I'm asking for is if we could have some more tie-in between street construction, and that's why DNF, if it's an A, B, or C street in a high-injury network, it could just be a slurry seal, especially if it's an A or a B. But if it's a D or F street, we're talking reconstruction. And if we do reconstruction, if we could put higher points, because while we're doing that reconstruction and doing the sidewalk, we could do a curb ramp, and it'll just be a win-win for all. So I'm just saying if we could prioritize that first by giving a few extra points.
No, it's okay.
Well, the point system, this whole point system is how we would be spending the Willett's money.
Right.
So if we're reconstructing a street, we have to either repair or a current curb ramp that has a high lip, or we'd have to install a curb ramp. But if we are reconstructing a street, we can't use the Willett's money. That's one of the exemptions.
Right. But if there is, if there's someone we could reflect, if there is a DNF street being reconstructed, we should capitalize on that and try to do that sidewalk near it at the same time.
Sure.
So that's what I'm saying, if we could somehow reflect that in the point score, because while that's happening, it just makes natural sense, and there should be some cost savings associated there as well.
Maybe it's a general comment about leveraging, which is when we're doing something for either DNF Street or for whatever reason, if somebody's tearing up the sidewalk for a pipe and or the street or whatever it is, that we're somehow have the ability to be flexible enough where we can jump things off the list without getting sued for not obeying the exact point schedule if there is a valid leveraging purpose to it.
Right, because we are going to be hearing that here in Public Works later for DNF streets, because we're going to start, my hope is to start tackling those. So when we do that.
Is there something that we can do to ensure that leveraging is within the discretion and prioritized as well?
Right.
For DNF, but for a whole host of things.
Yeah, we do have some flexibility in terms of, in terms of when we do a particular, like if we have to do a particular street, and there's another, maybe there's another bad street, even though it may not be as high of a priority nearby.
Right.
Just in terms of mobilization, it's more efficient to do that next year. There's some flexibility. We just have to be careful. The two most important things we have to do is we have to follow the priorities as much as possible. But again, there's a lot of overlap. There's too many sidewalks. We're not going to do everything. I think the
Right.
council knows
So
that.
it's just the next time we redo a DNF street, if the sidewalk nearby that street is also in queue, is there any way we could pull that out of queue and try to speed it up? Because we're there, our crews are there.
Yeah, and I think what we're looking at too is if we have a street that's going to be reconstructed, a DNF street reconstructed, pulling out that sidewalk work in the area of that DNF street and pulling that and putting it with the DNF reconstruction of that street. Is that?
Correct that.
So as maybe as one of our recommendations, I'd like us to move then to the recommendations, and then we'll try to incorporate what you're saying and tell me if it fits. That we approve the recommendations outlined in the city engineer's report. We approve recommendations 1, 2, and 3. But in addition to with the 50-50 program as discussed, as well as public-private partnership, we also instruct the CAO to come back with a way to allow for leveraging and discretion when it comes to appropriate reasons for doing so, whether it's DNF streets or there's other uses, but something so that there is some flexibility built into the process. And is that good enough as a instruction?
Or ability to move it up.
Ability to change the priorities when it suits a legitimate leveraging of other city assets purpose or appropriate priority. So
and then council prioritization.
Okay, and also report back on a way to include council prioritization within the priorities to either have a carve out of funding or a way that the council can add its prioritization to the scoring. Okay, with that, without seeing any objection, that'll be the order. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We had a request to jump to number 5 next. 3 and 4 we're going to hear together, and it will be relatively quick, but 5 we're going to move to. So, Mr. Espinosa, if you could read us number 5 into the record.
Item number 5 is the motion for council members Buscaino, Blumenfield, and Martinez relative to establishing a framework for a pilot program that would employ homeless individuals to proactively clean litter from the public right-of-way on a regular ongoing basis.
Great. And we have a number of public comment cards on this item. So I'm going to call up Mr. Michael Weisner, followed by Dr. Molly Rhodes, and then we have a few more. Is Mr. Michael Graf Weisner here? Okay. Come back to him. Dr. Molly Rhodes, followed by David Sanders.
Hi, David just left, but I don't know if Teresa can come after me, and I'll be really fast then. I just wanted to highlight the targeted local hire program that we have, that we've worked on with the personnel department for the last 2 years, and it does include community groups who work with homeless people directly, and we prefer to see work going through that program because that's the thing that we worked on together for so long to put out. So
I think you'll find we'll have some agreement with you, and I believe Mr. Buscaino is going to have an amendment toward that effect. Next, Mr. Sanders, followed by Teresa Sanchez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. David Sanders has to leave. My name is Teresa Sanchez. I'm with AFSCME District Council 36. I have no doubt that this proposal is well-intentioned, but I did want to point out to you that we have a letter of agreement called the Service Restoration and Workforce Development Agreement. It includes, as Dr. Rhodes mentioned, the targeted local hire program that includes homeless and formerly homeless. It includes community-based organizations that have transitional employment programs. And my recommendation to the committee is that prior to this being formalized as a CIO report, I would like to recommend that we have dialogue with each of your offices about how we can have a strategic approach to getting the work done that you all want to get done, as well as making sure that any transitional employment programs are integrated with the targeted local hire program, so we're creating permanent alternative pathways to civil service employment for folks in our communities, as well as being able to have a comprehensive approach to cleaning our streets and benefiting all of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Leah Renee Memzik.
Hi, my name is Leah Renee Memzik, M-E-M-S-I-C. So, I get 1 minute? Is that what it is?
1 minute, correct.
1 minute. Be really nice if I could hear your position and your comments first. Making me go beforehand denies me the ability to effectively comment. I usually have some notes that I'd like to speak on, and then you say something and I don't need to bring them up. But then you say something that's completely false or fraudulent, and I can't comment on it because you've denied me the ability to be effective when I'm standing here in front of you. So it feels demeaning. The most important thing I want to bring to your attention regards to your record is that you omitted the fiscal impact statement. Are these people going to be paid, and how much? And where's the fiscal impact statement? All of your other things that are agendized say fiscal statement submitted, yes. Fiscal statement submitted, yes. Number 3, 4, 6, 7. How come 5 has omitted that? The other.
Thank you. And then Mr. John Walsh. Mr. Walsh. Okay. That concludes our public speaking comments. So, Mr. Espinosa, Mr. Buscaino, I think you wanted to say a few words
Yes,
just
if I
to
may.
start us up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, we have another speaker?
No.
Oh, you're good?
Are you Mr. Weisner? Yes, I called your name. Go ahead. No problem. Sorry, Mr. Buscaino. No problem.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Michael Graf Weisner. I work at a nonprofit here in LA called Chrysalis. Provide employment services to individuals experiencing homelessness across the city. And part of our mission is to work with individuals to get ready for a job, find a job, and keep a job. But also what we do is we provide transitional jobs programs through doing street maintenance with a lot of the business improvement districts around LA. And then more recently with Caltrans working in partnership with the mayor's office. So I wanted to come just to lend my support of the idea and the intent behind this pilot program. Also to offer our services and our expertise in doing this for many years since the early 90s. And really can attest to the impact it can have both on beautification of our streets, but also on those that have a chance to work, to have the dignity of work, to obviously get the skills involved in the pay, but then most importantly to have the self-confidence that comes with showing up on time and kind of using that as a launching pad back into the workforce. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And we don't have a staff report on this. This motion is really getting the ball rolling and to get that framework up on what will be a great program, we hope. And Mr. Buscaino wanted to say a few words.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for co-presenting this motion, Mr. Chairman. You know, colleagues, one of the tough issues and the challenging issues that we face as council members in response to our constituent requests is trash. Trash-related issues, trash-related calls that we field on a daily basis. In fact, 200 requests per day go through 311 as it relates to trash. And there are just complaints that we receive from people who actually take the time to pick up the phone and call 311 or to use a My 311 LA app to post and to make and report trash. It's also worth noting that 311's trash-related requests include large and complicated cleanups such as illegal dumping, metal houseware, e-waste, bulky items, and there's no good way to tell through the 311 app that there's a cumulative large amount of trash from point A to point B on a specific block. And this is why in 2015 myself and Councilmember Cedillo provided funding to expand the scope of our OCB graffiti contractors to also include litter pickup and weed abatement, which I know Councilwoman Rodriguez fought in this current budget cycle to continue and restore that funding in this year's budget. So aside from this limited program, the city clearly doesn't have a system in place to consistently respond to trash litter that spread along our city's main arteries, commercial, residential corridors, and this is one of our primary reasons why we created business improvement districts to have bids throughout our respective districts to address these type of quality of life issues that are facing our business and residential corridors, specifically business corridors. And many of the bids work already partners with nonprofits like LA Conservation Corps, Chrysalis, and for us in town, Clean San Pedro, Clean Wilmington. And if we continue to move forward with the way that the city currently operates in response to trash, we'll continue to see excessive amounts of litter on our streets. And so bottom line, desperate times calls for creative measures. Very similar. If you look at different cities across the country and that have used and actually provided opportunities for homeless, Sacramento, Albuquerque, Oakland, San Jose, they have been effective in using homeless or transitional workers to pick up trash in their respective cities. As a police officer, I can clearly say I've experienced and have witnessed poverty at its worst. I've seen poverty can lead to homelessness, and we've been in my office trying to find creative ways, solutions, and working collectively with the Office of Community Beautification, the Bureau of Contract Administration, the CAO, to present an idea of an innovative solution or an innovative pilot program that will have more than just the benefit of keeping our streets cleaner. By working with organizations like Chrysalis and the LA Conservation Corps, we also have an opportunity to create jobs and stable jobs to transitional individuals in our communities. So this motion before us requests a report back on the various components that will be needed to get this pilot program up and running. And at this point, it's just a pilot, but I know it's been effective in other cities, an opportunity to test a new way to accomplish a goal that we all want in the city, and that is to keep our streets clean of litter and trash. And to our labor partners and the city workforce, incredible work that they do day in, day out. My trash was picked up this morning on time, and I do want to recognize their concerns, and I'll provide an amending motion to address their concerns. But overall, colleagues, let's shake up the status quo and see if we can start resolving this problem by facing our city spaces and walkways. And at the same time, let's help that person that today you see on the off-ramp or in the middle of the intersection that holds that sign, "Will work for food," by creating a pathway to self-sustainability, by helping that individual out, by getting his or her life back in order. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to present an amending motion. And want me to present that now?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'd like to amend the motion to add the following phrase at the end of the moving clause: in coordination and conjunction with the city's targeted local hire program. So I therefore move and just approve that as amended.
Okay, so we'll take that up.
We have we have a copy for the city clerk.
Right, and I should just say, I mean, one of the reasons I'm co-presenting this with you, and I really like this idea, is it's everything you said, and it's providing that the dignity of work to folks who are often, many folks who are homeless, to get them some sense of pride in the community. So I think it's a great idea to move this forward, and I'll certainly take it as amended. Unless there are any other comments on it, we can adopt it as amended. Right. So the recommendation would be to approve as amended. Mr. Buscaino, Mr. Ruiz?
Can I just state real quickly, I really commend this motion. I mean, when I used to work at a mental health hospital, and I know I used to work with Chrysalis as well, there are three main pillars, three main components of Road to Recovery, and that's housing. More important, the third pillar is the most important, but more important than housing, more important than treatment and medication is the third part, the third leg, which is a job. And job gives a sense of worth. So very supportive of this.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Ritt. In my time working the streets as a police officer, it's, yes, I've built relationships through those who are struggling with drug addiction and turn to a life of crime to make ends meet, unfortunately. But in the process of building relationships with those living in the streets, they too say, I remember Officer Buscaino, I just need a job. I just need to get back on my feet and just get an opportunity. So let's hope and pray that this pilot program works.
Without objection, it's so ordered as amended. and we'll move on back to items 3 and 4. We can take those together. We have to vote on them separately, but they'll both be relatively quick and together. So, Mr. Espinosa, if you would read both items 3 and 4 into the record.
Item number 3 is environmental impact report and a report from the Board of Public Works relative to the certification of the Los Angeles Pacific Communications Cable Hub Environmental Impact Report, finding and statement of overriding conditions and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Number 4 is also a Board of Public Works report relative to the approval of the Los Angeles Trans-Pacific Telecommunications Cable Hub project.
Okay, great. And we have Maria Martin from the Bureau of Engineering for a presentation. This is numbers 3 and 4.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Martin. I'm with the I'm the Environmental Affairs Officer for the Bureau of Engineering. And this project, the Los Angeles Trans-Pacific Telecommunications Cable Hub, is a privately financed project. It is not a City of Los Angeles project. The project proponent or applicant is Tyco Electronics Communication, LLC, henceforth referred as T-Subcom. The California Environmental Quality Act city lead agency for the Environmental Impact Report is the Department of Public Works, Bureau of Engineering. The Los Angeles Trans-Pacific Telecommunication Cable Hub project is proposed for implementation in 4 phases. For purposes of this Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, the proposed project is identified as Phase 1, henceforth referred to as the project. The project would include installation of a landing site for a fiber optic cable system at Dockweiler State Beach, infrastructure and terrestrial conduit to accommodate up to 4 cable systems, the Pacific Light Cable Network subsea cable system, and 1 subsea cable system segment. The purpose of the project is to add telecommunication links, reliability, and diversity of pathways, and to respond to increased demand. The project area is within the vicinity of Dockweiler State Beach and falls within the coastal zone. Therefore, it is subject to a local coastal development permit and a coastal development permit, the local by the City of Los Angeles Bureau of Engineering, city engineer, and the state permit by the California Coastal Commission. For this project, the city engineer has the authority within the city to issue the local coastal development permit. Because there will be construction in the public right-of-way and a local coastal development permit is required, engineering was identified as the city's CEQA lead agency, and we oversaw the preparation of the environmental impact report and the environmental impact report process for the city. ERM, on behalf of the applicant, prepared the draft environmental impact report, and we underwent the public review process and the public review period, and all of the other elements that are required to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act.
And just tell us, this is a fiber cable that's going from LA to Hong Kong.
Yes.
Are there a lot of those going back and forth? This seems pretty unique.
It is a fairly unique project. I would not be able to speak to as to whether there are a lot of them going on or not. I know that within the city, this is fairly unique. Perhaps the representative who is here on behalf of T-Subcom can give you some information regarding that. I have Denise Toombs here with me.
Yeah, and just tell us what the benefits are. Is it for us, or is it for the folks in Hong Kong, or is it a little bit of both?
Hi, excuse me. My name is Denise Toombs with BRM. And the question was, first of all, are there many of them out there? And yes, there are a number of cable landing sites and therefore cables in the state of California or along the coast of California. There are none in the city of Los Angeles. That was your first question. So right. Yes, there are a number of them. And then the second is...
just to get a sense of what this thing is used for.
This is for really internet traffic. It's actually voice and data traffic that would go in very high capacity, high speed traffic that would go across the ocean as trans-Pacific traffic between, in this case, a data center in Los Angeles or in El Segundo and another at the other end of the other side of the Pacific in Hong Kong. And there are private developers funding this.
So the benefits to Los Angeles for this project?
Right. So the benefits to the city of Los Angeles are a few. The most direct would be fees or revenues from fees and taxes from entitlements with the city. In addition, during construction, there would be some local construction expenditures for materials. Again, this would be over a 4 to 5 month period, possibly having lodging in the city of LA if there are crews from out of the area. So those are the most direct benefits, but it also it's critical infrastructure, and it really is again being privately funded. It's an investment in critical infrastructure that helps fuel the internet economy and connectivity with other areas.
Colleagues, any other questions on this item? Okay, thank you. I think I'm good to recommend that we move forward on this. The recommendation is a two-step approval. The EIR needs to be certified prior to the approval of the project, so the first thing would be to adopt the recommendations 1 through 4 in the BOE report relating to the certification of the EIR and adopt the findings and statements of overriding consideration in the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. Seeing no objection, that is so ordered. And then number 2 is to adopt the recommendation number 5 in the BOE report to approve the project as described in the final EIR with the additional language to include, quote, as it relates to issuance of the notice of decision for the local coastal development permit, and direct the BOE to proceed with processing of the local CDP application. Seeing no objection, that is ordered. Mr. Espinosa, is there anything else I need to do on these 2 items?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. That takes us to our very last item, which I would have done on consent, but we had a BOE request for a slight modification. I'll read into the record, but before I do, we have a public comment card on this item. And Mr. Espinosa, would you read item number 7 into the record?
Item number 7 is a communication from the mayor and city administrative officer report relative to accepting a 12-month no-cost extension to the 2015 supplemental Proyecto Palabra Word of Honor grant.
Okay, and Claudia Goitia, are you here? Miss Goitia? Claudia Goitia. Let the record reflect she is not here. She was with the American Heart Association. Does not say whether she was for or against. So at the request of the department, I'd like to ask for the following technical amendments to the CAO report. And recommendation number 3, the increase amount should be $57,694, and the new compensation total amount should be $70,485. For the second amendment to the contract with communities and schools. On recommendation number 4, they've asked that the contract number for the second amendment to the contract with Soledad Enrichment Actions Incorporated should be C-129065. So those are the technical amendments. Without objection, I'd like to approve, if no objections from my colleagues, to approve this amendment, this item as amended by the technical amendments. Great. Where does that take us, Mr. Espinosa? General public comment?
Just general public comment.
Okay, thank you. We've got a couple of cards for all of our items are concluded. And our public comment cards, we have Mr. John Walsh. Mr. Walsh is not here. Mr. Herman has been kicked out. Renee Mesnick.
Hi, my name is Leah Renee Memzik. I handed out a group of paperwork to you. It's one letter. The rest of it's their things, their evidence to show how the Department of City Planning is preparing fraudulent applications, and it impacts the Department of Public Works because they're omitting it. I'm going to use 283 Trino Way as an example how they do it. You all have a copy of this, and so. And then, by the way, I find this in everything, but I mean many of the applications. But for 283 Trina Way, they submit it on July 20th, 2016. And then your staff,
Just to caution you that it needs to be in the purview of this committee, even for general public comment.
it's Public Works.
Continue.
They omitted, they're doing street widening and public sanitary sewers, and they're carving up the streets, and they omitted it from your application, and then they falsified the application that's notarized. It's a notarized document, and they falsified it. So for you to take time from me and make me sit here for 8 hours, it's cruel. It's so malicious. It's so abusive. I'm here 5 years trying to show you how your staff, you don't have $1 billion problem, you have $1 trillion problem. It's in every application. And I go to speak up and tell you so you don't hurt the city anymore and raise our taxes, and you tell me I'm not on point? I even started with you and told you it was on point and told you it was in their jurisdiction.
Thank you. I gave you practically an extra minute to go on, so to make up for the 5 seconds that I cost you. So you had plenty of extra time. Thank you very much. Appreciate your speaking. Next we have Mr. Puppet.
So another happy day. So I got all through the meeting, Nuri's been just texting away, not paying attention. Yeah, see, look. Well, Nuri's been texting all day, not paying attention. And as you know, under the Brown Act, criticizing your public officials' performance, not paying attention and texting all day is clearly within the jurisdiction of the committee. And you're going to knock this shit off, what you're doing with public comment. You can knock it off. Because what you're going to force me to do is hire the fucking dream team and get this place under control. Now, all you got to do is check yourself at the door, knock the bullshit off, give us our 2 minutes of general. But you keep going the way you're going, you know, you're going to have this place under federal injunction. And that's what's going to happen. So stop texting and pay attention to fucking meeting, okay? You know, she's still fucking texting.
Thank you.
You know, you're not even texting.
This meeting is adjourned.